Call to post for race one. Race one is an $11,000 claiming event for non-winners of 3, traveling a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs. Race one offers exacta try super, double, and early pick 5 wagering. Mandatory payout in the early pick 5. Number 1, Shorts in the winner, Key Barcoa, the rider. Number 2 is Solo's Fury, ridden by Jose Rojena. Number 3 is Scales of Gold. The rider is Oscar Gomez. Number 4, Flying in Style, ridden today by Christian Navarro. Number 5 is Last Drink, ridden by Heman Harkey. And rounding out the field, number 6, My Cool Hand Luke, the rider, Jeremias Flores. 1 minute to post for race 1. Set to begin loading for today's first race. It is now post time. Mandatory payout early pick 5 starts here. First of 9 for a Monday from Finger Lakes. First to go in is Shorts in the Winter. Solo's Fury to gate 2. Gate 3 is Scales of Gold. A reminder, FingerLakesGaming.com. You can get free programs. DRF Bets members today also free Finger Lakes program. Flying in Style to gate 4. 6 to 5 favorite is the number 1, Shorts in the Winter. The gray, Last Drink, will come to gate 5. Last in will be My Cool Hand Luke. All set. And they're off. A level beginning from the center of the gate. Scales of Gold is showing speed towards the inside. Shorts in the Winter. Scales of Gold broke well, but Solo's Fury broke well, but he's back to third. Moving up on the far outside is Last Drink. Finding the rail from fifth, that's Flying in Style, and it's 3 lengths back to the trailer, My Cool Hand Luke. They race towards the 3.5, and on the lead, it is Solo. It's Scales of Gold a length. Second on the outside is the gray Last Drink. Third, Saving Ground is Shorts in the Winter as they pass the quarter in 22 and 2. Solo's Fury is next in the 2 path, 3 lengths back to Flying in Style, and well out of it, My Cool Hand Luke has 10 lengths to make up on the leader. They race within the quarter pole. Still on top, it is Scales of Gold. Room up the inside for Shorts in the Winter. Last Drink is still there and angling to the 3 path. Here comes a rally from Solo's Fury. 4 across the track at the 8th pole, and Solo's Fury has seized control, but up the inside, Shorts in the Winter. Last Drink trying to hold on for show. It's Solo's Fury on top. Solo's Fury and Jose Rojeño will open up the day. Solo's Fury a length to Shorts in the Winter. Last Drink and a late charge from My Cool Hand Luke. 5.5 and 104 flat. Unofficial in race 1, your winner is number 2, Solo's Fury. Second is the 1, Shorts in the Winter. Third, number 5, Last Drink. And fourth, number 6, My Cool Hand Luke. Unofficial race 1 order, 2-1-5-6. Ladies and gentlemen, hold all tickets. We have a rider's claim of foul down the stretch run of race 1. The rider of number 5, Last Drink, alleging interference against the unofficial winner number 2, Solo's Fury. Hold all tickets, rider's claim of foul, 5 against 2, down the stretch. Inquiry sign has been taken down. There will be no change in the order of finish in race 1. The stewards have ruled that the incident did not affect the final finish order of race 1. Race 1 order 2156 will be made official shortly. The objection has been disallowed. Prices are up. Solo's Fury pays $6.96 to win, $3.64, $2.56. Second, number 1, Shorts in the Winter, $3.12 to place, $2.54. Third, number 5, Last Drink, $4.78 to show. The $2 Exacta paid $30.34. 50-cent Try, $38.71. And the 10-cent Super, $19.08.
All right, getting ready for race number 2. Very quick time for the level for the first race. 104 flat has Solo's Fury able to get the victory. Jose Rohina for Caitlin Gutterson. See how quick this racetrack is today. Okay, so the second race of Never Won 3 5,000 claimer for fillies and mares. Look at a couple of the main contenders in here. Eastern Star ran second against the 11 and 9s, and it was a decent field going the same distance over a good racetrack. But his last race wasn't as good. I guess you could say she was in a little tougher. It was a little better field than the field that she had faced the race before, but she regressed a little bit in there. So if you can forgive the last effort, you got to think she's going to be awfully tough today for 5,000 because she's dropping in class off of the race. She doesn't have to be that far back off the pace, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of speed in here. It probably comes from the inside, either Phone Call from Heaven or Red Butterfly or both. Neither one of them really are that quick early. Now, you look at Red Butterfly, probably hoping for an off track. She's got huge numbers for the off track, and it showed. She almost pulled off the upset over Hypnotic Flare, who you would have thought would have been much the best, but she gave her a tussle because she took over the lead. It was a good job by Christian Navarro to move at the right time, but she just got beat by a better horse. And same thing, she just couldn't catch a horse that got alone on the lead with Dashing Dahlia the race before. So she's clearly knocking at the door, whether it is a fast or off track. She draws the rail in a paceless field, and I could see this horse holding the rail if she is aggressive enough because of the lack of pace in here. And she's going to be a good price. She's at odds of 5-1. The two Phone Call from Heaven, she's dangerous if she is able to make the front. She's done nothing wrong. She's won 2 in a row, but she's also had things her way. She dropped to 5 in a really weak $5,000 maiden. I mean, she was supposed to win and win by a lot, and she did. Last race, she took advantage of the pace scenario, very similar to this race, even less of a pace that race, and she took care of business. Little tougher field today, shorter distance, but if she could get the lead like she did last time, she could come right back. She's looking for 3 in a row. Would be no surprise if she's able to do so, as she's getting a lot of action right now at odds of 3-2. Playing with Dolls would probably be the other one to consider in here, just because she's got a little back class. She was running against allowance horses earlier in the year. She dropped to 11-5, and then dropped to 5 last time and got up to win. Her running style might be against her a little bit here, though, because of the lack of pace in race number 2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and early pick 3 starts in the second race. You got about 5 minutes to post.
And let's meet the field for race 2. Number 1 is Red Butterfly, the rider, Christian Navarro. Number 2, Phone Call to Heaven, Kibar Koa. Number 3 is La Indecente, Rafael Rojena. Number 4, Playing with Dolls, ridden today by Luis Perez. 5, Eastern Star, Jeremias Flores. And rounding out the field, number 6, Wine Trail, ridden today by Chris Russell. 5,000 claiming fillies and mares, non-winners of 3, going 5 1/2 furlongs. Exactor try super, double, and pick 3 wagering offered here. Two-minute warning for race 2. 2 minutes to get your wagers in. Fillies and Mares are behind the starting gate for today's second race. It is now post time. Co-favorites at 8 to 5 are the 2, Phone Call to Heaven, and 5, Eastern Star. Field of 6 to contest 5.5 furlongs. First in is Red Butterfly. Phone Call to Heaven at 7 to 5. La Indecente, Gate 3, Playing with Dolls. Free programs available at fingerlakesgaming.com. The Gray Mare, Eastern Star, will come to Gate 5. And last up will be Wine Trail. All set. And they're off. Wine Trail broke like a shot from the outside, but straight to the lead is La Indecente. La Indecente up the inside is Red Butterfly with Phone Call to Heaven. Eastern Star out wide, 4 across the track battling for the early lead. After the good beginning, Wine Trail is taken back to race in 5th, and the early trailer is Playing with Dolls. They begin to separate now. Red Butterfly a length to Phone Call from Heaven. Third on the outside is Eastern Star as they complete the opening quarter in 22 and 3. Fourth along the inside is La Incidente, 4 lengths back to Playing with Dolls, who is beginning to rally past Wine Trail. At the quarter pole, it's Red Butterfly, now a length and a half on top of Phone Call from Heaven as they swing for the drive. Room up the inside for La Incidente as they reach the head of the stretch. It's Red Butterfly on top. Down the far outside, here comes a late rally from Playing with Dolls, who's gathering up momentum, gobbling up ground, but still on the lead is Red Butterfly. Trying to come back on is Eastern Star. La Incidente on the rail. Eastern Star getting the head in front of Red Butterfly. Eastern Star gets up in a photo. Eastern Star, Red Butterfly, La Incidente, and then Playing with Dolls, 5.5 and 105 flat. It's a photo finish for the win, and the stewards have lit the inquiry sign. Hold all tickets in race 2. In the win photo, it's the number 5, Eastern Star, over the number 1, Red Butterfly. Third was the 4, Playing with Dolls. Fourth, number 3, La Indecente. Your unofficial race 2 order is 5143. There is a steward's inquiry in progress looking at racing action down the stretch. Steward's inquiry is looking into the unofficial top 2 finishers. Number 5, Eastern Star, and the 1, Red Butterfly. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a disqualification for interference against the number 2 phone call to heaven. Number 1, Red Butterfly, has been disqualified from second and placed 5th. Your amended order of finish for race 2 is 5-4-3-2. Once again, that is a disqualification of the number 1, Red Butterfly, from second to 5th behind the number 2, Phone Call to Heaven. We're going to show the replay. On the pan shot, you can see here the rider of the number 2, Phone Call to Heaven, has to steady, losing momentum in the late yards. And on screen now, the head-on shot, you can see where number 1, Red Butterfly, is drifting out. And here goes into the path of the number 2, Phone Call to Heaven. Thus, the stewards have determined that number 1, Red Butterfly, did cost Phone Call to Heaven a placing, and he has been disqualified to 5th. Race 2 is now official. Eastern Star pays $532 to win, $340 and $264. 4, Playing with Dolls, $766 to place, $344. Third, number 3, La Indecente, $526 to show. The $2 double, $25.28. $2 exacta, $34.92. 50-cent try, $30.94, and the 10-cent super, $14.43. The win photo from race 2 is on screen now.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 3, and drop and pop angle. You'll see a lot of that this final week of the season. These drop downs, they do have the advantage. But one thing that Eastern Star was against, there wasn't a lot of pace in there. Red Butterfly did take the initiative from the rail, but she also drifted out in the stretch, causing her demise as far as getting DQ'd. But Eastern Star was able to get up to get the victory. Jeremiah Flores for trainer Paul Barrows. We go to the third. A big scratch in this third race because it does affect the pace. Talking about the 3 co-conspirator, if you didn't like Nilruck before, you probably like the horse more now because he can be aggressive and get the front end in here over Utamaro and Dorothy's Happiness. I mean, it looked like co-conspirator was the speed of the race before the scratch, so now the pace scenario completely changes. And Nilruck can do what he did when he won in the slot back on September 23rd, and that's go to the front end. And Raylu's ridden this one to 3 victories of the last 4 starts, so knows the horse pretty well, or 2 of those victories, I should say. And just missed last time against a pretty good one. Nilruck certainly plays, and is going to be a big favorite in this race. Tough to go against. Now, if you're looking for second or third, yeah, that's where it gets tricky. I was looking at Enticing Prospect as a long shot. Enticing Prospect has not had much route experience. Did go a mile back in early October and actually didn't run that badly. Ran against King's Leap. King's Leap ran 3rd in the New York Derby. Actually came out of that race to win again. So it turned out to be a good race to that one other than State Bred that he ran a mile in. Now, he dropped a 5 last time, but was in a sprint, and it was a pretty big field of 10 horses that he got caught wide in the slop. I think he could throw off the race, so you give him another chance here. I don't have a problem with him going long, and I think he's a good long shot to consider using in the top 3. Enticing Prospect at odds of 12 to 1. Viking Warrior's the closer in here, so he's at the mercy of the pace, and there really isn't much for speed, and that's where he's up against it. He had won a couple in a row against Lifetime 5,000 conditions before running into a sharp Cascade Cruiser last time on a sloppy track. And the question is how he handled the off track, because he's going to get a fast track today. I think the addition of blinkers certainly helped him. Of course, also the easy competition against the Lifetime 5s here helped too. But his numbers are competitive, and if they do back up, he's the one that should be rolling late. A lot of ifs, though, because there doesn't seem to be a lot of speed in here for his running style. Utamaro needs to be closer into the race than he was last time. Utamaro found himself too far out of it to have any impact. Didn't get tired or anything. He just kind of ran evenly. That's what Utamaro does. Gets second a lot running against his competition. But that's because he's close up, and he needs to be closer than that race last time. And maybe break it from the rail instead of the outside post. Could put Utamaro in the race a little more, especially in a paceless field like this one where Nilruck probably will clear him early. He'll be sitting second or third in the early going along with Dorothy's Happiness, who's an interesting one because Dorothy's Happiness obviously was really good early in his career. He dropped to 4,000, got claimed, and was all out to win last time, but he steps up in class. How good is Dorothy's Happiness? Well, he's got the back class, but he's going to have to improve off of his last race, but he is getting some support. He's right now at odds of 7 to 2. So interesting third race. I went with the 4 on top, Nilruck, because I think he's going to have a pace advantage with the scratch. So Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 4 starts in here.
Call to post for today's third race. Leading the post parade, number 1, Utamaro, Luis Pena. Number 2 is Dorothy's Happiness, the rider Jeremiah's Flores. Scratch number 3. Number 4 is Nilrook, ridden today by Raylu Gutierrez. Five is Enticing Prospect, Kibar Koa. Number 6 is Majestic Frontier, Heeman Harkey. Number 7 is Viking Warrior, ridden today by Andre Worry. And completing the field, number 8, Ring Good, Kevin Navarro. 5,000 claimers, non-winners of a race since May or non-winners of 4, going 1 mile and 70 yards, exactor try super, double, and pick 4 wagering offered here in race 3. This is your 2-minute warning for race 3. 2 minutes to get your pick 4 wagers in. Field for race 3 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time, 1 mile and 70 yards the distance for the start of the pick 4 wager. 3 to 5 favorite is the number 4 Nil Rook with Raylu Gutierrez. First in will be Utamaro. Dorothy's Happiness in the lime green. Heavy favorite Nil Rook. Enticing Prospect. Majestic Frontier with Heeman Harkey. Viking Warrior. And to the outside will be Ring Good. All in line. And they're off. The favorite, Nil Rook, broke slowly. Utamaro from the rail. Enticing Prospect is hustled to the lead with Majestic Frontier to his outside. Fourth behind this trio is Dorothy's Happiness with Nil Rook advancing into the pack after the slow beginning. Widest into the turn is Viking Warrior, and the early trailer will be Ring Good. They race into the clubhouse turn. It's a short lead for Enticing Prospect, a neck to Majestic Frontier on the outside with Utamaro saving ground on the rail. Opening quarter was 24-2. They turn into the backside with less than 6 furlongs to travel. Nil Rook is now in contention, fourth on the outside, a length and a half better than Majestic Frontier. To his inside is Dorothy's Happiness, and trailing the field is still Ring Good. Enticing Prospect continues to be pressed by Majestic Frontier. These two lead midway down the backside. Good stalking position on the inside for Utamaro as they pass the half in 48-2. Nil Rook is getting back now, being passed by Dorothy's Happiness and Viking Warrior. Ring Good has trailed throughout. With 3 furlongs to travel, the lead has belonged to Enticing Prospect every step, but he continues to be pressured by Majestic Frontier within the 5/16 marker. Still on the inside in contention is Utamaro. Moving up widest is Viking Warrior with a quarter of a mile to go. Nil Rook needs to do better. At the head of the lane, it's Enticing Prospect trying to make every step a winning one, but Majestic Frontier has been there throughout. Viking Warrior rallying down the 3-path, and now Nil Rook is moving up the inside. Nil Rook is rallying after being shuffled back, looking for room between horses. Utamaro, Nil Rook hits the front. Viking Warrior, but Nil Rook finishes best for Raylu Gutierrez. Nil Rook a length and a quarter to Viking Warrior. A photo for show between Enticing Prospect and Majestic Frontier. 143 flat. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 4, Nil Rook. Second is the 7, Viking Warrior. It's a photo for show. Hold all tickets. In the show photo, it's the number 6, Majestic Frontier, over the number 5, Enticing Prospect. And we have another rider's claim to foul in race 3, the rider of number 5, Enticing Prospect, alleging interference against your unofficial winner, number 4, Nil Rook, inside the 16th pole. Once again, that is a rider's claim of foul, 5 against 4, alleging interference in deep stretch. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a disqualification in race 3 for interference in deep stretch against the number 5 Enticing Prospect. Your unofficial winner, number 4 Nilrook, has been disqualified from first and placed fourth. Your new race 3 order is 7654. Once again, that is for interference in deep stretch. The number 4 Nilrook disqualified from first and placed fourth. On the pan shot here, you can see as Nilrook comes out, the number 5 Enticing Prospect has to steady. Now on the head-on shot, you can see here where Nilrook comes into the path of Enticing Prospect, and the stewards have ruled that that did cost Enticing Prospect a placing. So for that interference, number 4 Nilrook disqualified from first and placed fourth. Race 3 order is now 7654. Prices are up. $9.92 to win on Viking Warrior, $536, $434. Second, number 6 Majestic Frontier, $856 to place, $716. Third, number 5 Enticing Prospect, $582 to show. $2 double, $29.72. The $2 exacta, $87.26. 50-cent try, $108.20. And the 10-cent super, $76.88. Show photo from race 3 is on screen.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 4. A lot of bumping going on in race number 3. I think the one Utamaro got the worst of that one as the 5 was coming out, and then the 4 got through. Nilrock overcame a lot to win that race. They ended up DQing his number, and so that one gets put up in race number 3. But a lot going on in race number 3. Very roughly run race in the late stages of that race. Well, that one's in the book. Let's go to the 4th. 5,000 claiming race going a distance of 5.5 furlongs. We start the pick 3 with this race. And yeah, you can go some different directions in here. There is plenty of pace. You got the speedy Brock Moninoff in here as well as Production Credit. 2 pretty quick ones from the gate. Storm and Sammy likes to be involved early too. He's a early favorite in this race from the outside. He dropped to 5 last time, got mixed up running into that 22 and 45 last time. It really does seem to set up for a closer if this pace does take its toll. Now, Fighter Kite takes a drop in class to 5,000. When this horse went 5.5 furlongs, that was back in early September. He did take advantage of a pretty quick early pace and glided to victory at odds of 12-1. You kind of see the same type of situation. I'd like this horse a lot more if the track was off, because even though his last win was on a fast track, he's had a lot of success when the track is off. But you still got to consider the horse when he's dropping to 5,000 and he gets a lot of pace to run at, like he seems to get in this race. And he's right now at 9-2, good price. Another horse that comes off the pace would be the 2 Nutsy. He's been a pretty good check getter as he does put in that late run. And last time he just missed. I mean, G Money from the outside was able to just hold him off. G Money, of course, by Munnings probably liked the off track a little bit better. But since dropping to 5, or since his races in 5,000, other than the starters, he's right there. You look at the last 3 times he's run in a beaten 5, he's hit the board in all 3 of them. So you can almost count on this horse to put in a late run to be somewhere on the board. And he likes this 5.5 furlong distance. Half of his wins have come at 5.5. Another horse that I considered, I used for 3rd, and he's a price in here. Tetsu's going to be questionable at the distance. He is going to add blinkers, actually shortening up in distance. He didn't run that badly last time in the slop, and it's not like he's run that well in an off track before. Well, he was running routes before cutting back in distance last time, so he's going shorter this time. But he's had his share of excuses in a lot of his races. His one win this year wasn't a mile and a 16th, but it was at the 11-9 level. When he first dropped to 5,000, he ran into a very sharp Spetro. Spetro has won multiple races in a row on the front end, and he actually didn't run that badly against Spetro in that race. They actually chalked him against Spetro that time. So I think the horse is a little overlooked in this race. See if the blinkers help. He's currently at odds of 6-1. So it's a few of the contenders in race number 4. We do start at pick 3, Exacta Tri Super, and Daily Double also available in here.
Call to post for today's 4th race. Let's meet the field. Number 1 is Lookin' Super, ridden by Michael Davila Jr. Number 2 is Nutsy, Heeman Harkey. Three is Production Credit, ridden by Emmanuel De Diego. Number 4 is Samurai Legacy, Chris Russell. Number 5, Brock Moninoff, Jeremias Flores. 6 is Fighter Kite, Carlos Camilo. Number 7 is Tetsu with Jose Baez. And completing the field, number 8, Stormin' Sammy, Joel Cruz. 2 minutes to post for race 4. Two-minute warning for race 4. 2 minutes to get your race 4 wagers in. Race 4 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Your 2-1 post time favorite is the number 8, Stormin' Sammy. Field of 8 to contest 5.5 furlongs here. Looking Super, the first to go in. Gate 2 for Nutsy, taking support at 5-2. Production Credit. Samurai Legacy. Brock Monanoff. Reminder, ladies and gentlemen, DRF Bets members get a free Finger Lakes program for download this week. Fighter Kite. Come to Gate 6. This week is the final week of racing here from Finger Lakes. Racing today, tomorrow, and Wednesday, 12:10 post time. Tetsu to Gate 7. Last in will be your favorite, Stormin' Sammy. All in line. And they're off. Nutsy was out a bit slowly, going for the early lead. That's Production Credit. To his outside, Samurai Legacy, Brock Monanoff, and out widest the favorite, Stormin' Sammy. These four have opened up 5 lengths on Lookin' Super, who's racing on the inside of Fighter Kite. The trailing duo are Nutsy and Tetsu. They race down the backside and into the far turn. The pace is on. Production Credit on the inside of Samurai Legacy through a snappy opening quarter of 21-4. Stormin' Sammy well spotted on the outside in third with Brock Monanoff fourth, 2 lengths back to Lookin' Super. Still at the back are Tetsu, Nutsy, and now trailing is Fighter Kite. Less than a quarter of a mile to go. They swing for the drive, and it's still Production Credit on top, just off the inside. Room to rally for Lookin' Super. Down the far outside, here comes Tetsu trying to make a late rally, but Lookin' Super has swept to control. He got the run of the race, and he's opened up 2. Nutsy trying to rally up the fence with Tetsu down the far outside and Fighter Kite, but an easy score for Lookin' Super and Michael Davila Jr. Lookin' Super over Nutsy, a photo for show between Fighter Kite and Tetsu, 104 flat. Unofficial in race 4, your winner is number 1, Lookin' Super. Second is the 2, Nutsy. It's a show photo. Hold all tickets. In the show photo, it's the number 7, Tetsu, over the number 6, Fighter Kite. Unofficial race 4 order is 1-2-7-6. Is made official. It's official. Prices are up. $12.82 to win on Lookin' Super. 602 $374. Second, number 2 Nutsy, $470 to place. $288. Third, number 7 Tetsu, $350 to show. $2 double, $96.68. The $2 exacta, $47.58. 50-cent try, $34.84. 10-cent super, $24.97. And the 50-cent pick 3, $56.23.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 5, and man, look at Super is sharp right now. That horse looked even better today. Remember, it was put up because of DQ last time, but today, man, just snuck up a rail under Michael and absolutely dominated that field for the Murph. All right, 5th race, we go to the bottom, below bottom, 4,000 claimer, going a mile and 70, and we'll look at some of the contenders in this race. Start with a graded stakes winner running for 4,000. Coinage, the 8-horse, former grade 3 winner as a 2-year-old, has run in multiple stakes races, has made over $400,000 in his career, and now he is in for 4,000. Does he have one left in the tank to beat this field? And yeah, on back class, absolutely dominates this field, but hasn't shown much lately. Last time, didn't try to go with Spetro. I mean, he was the other speed in the race, and he decided to sit off of that horse, but didn't matter. He just backed up. It was not a good effort by Coinage, but this is a serious drop in class going to the bottom. Here's a horse out of Tappet by out of a dam by Medaglia d'Oro. And if you're looking at the turf and the dirt, yeah, he's had a lot of turf success, but he does have 2 wins on the dirt. And actually, his best lifetime buyer was performed on the dirt. It's just a question of where is this horse at right now after the poor effort against the state breds. The 5 is a long shot in here. Actually, not that big a long shot right now at 9-2, Goldini. Goldini made an early move last time and then kind of flattened out as Ringgood waited and came up the rails. Actually, a good job by Kevin Navarro with Ringgood to get that one to win. But I'm looking at Goldini's previous race where he ran 3rd to finalist in Cascade Cruiser. That race was good enough to beat this field. Cascade Cruiser came out of that race to win. Finalist has been sharp. If he can repeat that race that he ran on October 7th, he can win here. If he could, and you got to forgive the last effort, but this horse is 15-1 morning line, and it's right now at odds of 5-1. Certainly plays. The Delaware Boys is an interesting one. He's going to get bet. He's unproven going long. That's the only issue. He's got some route breeding, but his 3 starts going long aren't really that good. And then that's the issue here. He's had 3 career starts in routes, no wins, no seconds, no thirds. So, I mean, it is against tougher competition that he's gone long against before, and he's better than most of these horses. So the question is, can he handle the distance at this level? He could find himself in the winner's circle because he's got a little bit of a back class edge on this field. A lot of ifs there with a horse that is unproven going the distance. For a long, I mean, you're looking for a big long shot. What about the 2 Colton Goes? Colton Goes dropped to 4,000 and ran 3rd at 99-1 in a better version of a $4,000 race. I thought this horse ran huge that day. Maybe he liked an off track, but he did run pretty well. Came back and didn't get that great of a trip. Broke poorly in that race. But then last time, it didn't run bad again because Courageous Ola was the main speed of the race. It was a tougher field, and he wasn't that badly beaten. I think this horse is better going long than short. So this will be the first time stretching out for 4,000 for Colton Goes, who right now is at odds of 23-1 and will be very overlooked in this field, but might be able to land in the Super. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 5 starts in the 5th. You got 5 minutes to post.
Called to post for today's fifth race. Late pick 5 wager starts here. Let's meet the field. Number 1, Buck Wild. Alexa Marie Cintron. 2 is Colton Goes, Emmanuel De Diego. Number 3 is Lifetime Guarantee with Luis Perez. Number 4 is In a Minute, Joel Cruz. Number 5 is Goldini, Stephen Frett. Number 6 is Smokin' Alone with Heeman Harkey. Number 7, The Delaware Boys, ridden by Kevin Navarro. Number 8 is Coinage, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 9 is Barfly, Andre Worry. And completing the field, number 10, Don't Poke the Cat with Oscar Gomez. And a reminder that late pick 5 wagering kicks off here in race 5. Late pick 5 wagers, get them in now. Race 5 field is approaching the starting gate. Last call to get your Race 5 wagers in. The late pick 5 begins here. 6-5 favorite, number 8, Coinage. Behind the starting gate for race 5, it is now post time. 7-5 now on the number 8, Coinage. Field of 10 to kick off the late pick 5, going a distance of 1 mile and 70 yards. 4,000 claimers which have not won a race in a calendar year. Buck Wild, first to go up. Gate 2 for Colton Goes. The Gray Lifetime Guarantee. In a minute to gate 4. Goldini. Smokin' Alone. The Delaware Boys. 7-5 on Coinage, the son of Tappet, with Raylu Gutierrez. Barfly. Last in will be the 11-year-old Don't Poke the Cat. They're all in line, and they're off. Very slow beginning for Buck Wild towards the inside. Colton Goes was out well with Smokin' Alone from the center of the gate. In a minute, driving up between those two. The Delaware Boys is next, and 5 wide into the opening turn is your favorite, Coinage. A gap of 3 to Buck Wild, who's recovered on the inside of Goldini. Deep on the course is Barfly. Then we have Don't Poke the Cat, and the early trailer is Lifetime Guarantee. Midway around the clubhouse turn, they're about 12 lengths front to back. They turn into the backside past an opening quarter in 23 and 3, and the pace is being set by In a Minute, who is hard-ridden to make the front. He's racing 2 lengths better than Colton Goes, who's on the inside of the Delaware Boys. Coinage is back into 4th on the far outside. Saving ground is Buck Wild, Smokin' Alone between horses. Next on the far outside is Barfly with Goldini. Well back to Don't Poke the Cat and Lifetime Guarantee. 47 and 1 to the half. In a Minute, trying to take them all the way as they race into the far turn. His lead is 1.5. The Delaware Boys is into second. Well spotted. Colton Goes. 5 more lengths back to Smokin' Alone. Coinage, a wide rally for Barfly. Buck Wild needs to do better. Goldini is next. Don't Poke the Cat, and here comes Lifetime Guarantee trying to wind up. In a Minute has dropped the anchor. They went 3 quarters in 1, 12 and 2. They swing for the drive. It's a change of leader. The Delaware Boys is now dueling with Colton Goes as they turn for home. Down the far outside, Lifetime Guarantee is trying to rally from last. He's gaining ground but still has 5 lengths to make up on the leaders. It is the Delaware Boys. Colton Goes fighting back on the rail. Lifetime Guarantee is gaining, but the wire is coming. The Delaware Boys, Colton Goes, Lifetime Guarantee. The Delaware Boys comes out on top. The Delaware Boys over Colton Goes, Lifetime Guarantees, and Don't Poke the Cat, 144 flat. Photo finish for the win. Hold all tickets in race 5. In the photo, it's the number 7, the Delaware Boys, over the number 2, Colton Goes. Third, number 3, Lifetime Guarantee. And fourth was the 10, Don't Poke the Cat. Unofficial race 5 order is 7-2-3-10. Now entering the winner's enclosure, your unofficial race 5 winner, number 7, the Delaware Boys. The Delaware Boys is a 4-year-old bay gelding bred here in New York by H&H Farms. He's by Cloud Computing out of Woodford T. Ridden victory today by Kevin Navarro. The Delaware Boys is trained by Jonathan Buckley for Clear Star Stable, Meterbox Stable, and Big Toe Stables LLC. He proves best in the stretch duel to complete the 1 mile and 70 yards in a time of 1:44 flat. Congratulations to the connections of the Delaware Boys. Prices are up. It's official. $9.76 to win, $5.18 and $3.44. Game second place finish for long shot Colton Goes, number 2, $14.74 to place, $5.94. Third, number 3, Lifetime Guarantee, $3.32 to show. $2 double, $97.36. $2 exacta, $125.20. 50-cent try, $110.34. 10-cent super, $74.10. And the 50-cent early pick 5 for 5 out of 5 returns $1,712.07.
All right, we come up on race number 6. Delaware boys on the stretch out. Looked like at the top of the stretch that Kevin had a ton and he was going to pull away. I think the Delaware boys wanted to play around a little bit with Colton Goes, who kind of came back on. Was not as easy as it was going to look as Delaware boys able to get up, but he was able to get the victory in the end. Kevin Navarro for trainer John Buckley. Buckley having a big year, and so is Kevin Navarro. Kevin Navarro riding well, especially late in the year. Been making a lot of visits to the winner's circle. All right, now we got the 2-year-old. The 2-year-old maidens going 5.5 furlongs. A very competitive 2-year-old event. We did scratch the 8. Rein it in. Still 7 betting interest. And you can make a case for a bunch of them. I'll start off with First Blessing. Of course, taking a lot of early play. He's had one start. It was in New York. And he broke well. He broke well with the field. He broke second. He was sitting just off the pace of the speed. The speed actually, the horse on the front actually stopped in 47, but the winner looked pretty good, pulling away, and First Blessing just kind of ran evenly and faded a little bit to fourth. Didn't look like he got that tired. It just ran a decent fourth, going a little further, 6.5. I think the furlong less will probably help him, plus having a race under his belt will help him. A decently bred horse by Quality Road. Actually, that dam was a $220,000 yearling, resold later in his career as a 5-year-old for $6,000, probably for breeding purposes. But this one, his number already in the first start is good enough to be competitive against this field. If he improves off of that race against this softer group, yeah, he could find himself in the winner's circle, and he's getting a lot of play at 4 to 5. By Mink standards, cuts back in distance after trying a route in the mud last time against Hey Pal. Hey Pal for the Ferraro barn was tons the best. And that one could be a future stakes horse too. But it's not like this horse has been was competitive there though either. He's running for second all the way. So I don't know if you can gauge anything from my Mink Sanders' last race. But the margin of defeat's not as bad as it looks, considering it's a winner that is a legitimate good 2-year-old that's going to be a good 3-year-old, not a 5,000 claimer. So you don't get much out of that race. You got to look at the last sprint race where he ran a decent third behind Sunday Currency. Now, Sunday Currency ran second in a stakes race, so the race turned out to be pretty good. Definitely plays here. We'll see if the equipment change helps as well. The 3-horse is Concrete Kid. I like both of these Barrow horses, third and fourth. This one I gave a little more push to because I think he might be the speed. He might be a little quicker than Hamilton's Reason, who's breaking outside of him. And those look like the two that might have the most speed, judging by their last race. Concrete Kid was chasing that 22 and 46. And Muscle Shoals. Muscle Shoals, the winner, came back and won a stakes race. So they come out of the best race. He came home in 105, so you can't blame him for fading a little bit behind Muscle Shoals. And King's Dancer is a pretty good one as well. Yeah, I think Concrete Kids is better than the 11 or 15 to 1 that he is on the board right now because he could be the speed of the race. And that's a pretty good place to be when you're a 2-year-old. Broken Record is the other 2-year-old, both coming out of the Muscle Shoals race. This one finished ahead of his stablemate, mainly because he passed some tiring horses because everybody's chasing after Muscle Shoals in the end. But at least he showed improvement, shortened up to 5.5 over that sealed track. A Bustin' Stones horse, if he moves forward a little bit more, he could find himself in the winner's circle as well. So another one to consider in this pretty competitive 2-year-old event. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and the late pick 4 starts with race number 6. Again, scratch the 8, rein it in.
Call to post for today's sixth race, start of the late pick 4 on today's card. Let's meet the field. Number 1 is Almaz, Luis Perez. 2 is Broken Record, Oscar Gomez. 'Come back to the 3. Number 4 is Hamilton's Reason, ridden by Heeman Harkey. 5 is In All Honesty, Emmanuel De Diego. 6 is By Mink Standards, Joel Cruz. Number 7 is First Blessing with Raylu Gutierrez. And on screen now, number 3, Concrete Kid with Jeremias Flores. Race 6 is a 2-year-old maiden allowance race going 5 1/2 furlongs. Late pick 4 wagering starts here. Not much time left to get those late pick 4 wagers in. 2-year-olds will be approaching the starting gate shortly. Even money favorite is the number 7, First Blessing. Late pick 4 starts here. 2-year-olds are behind the starting gate. It is now post time for race 6. First Blessing, still your even money favorite. 5-2 support on the number 6 by Mink Standards. Field of 7 to kick off the late pick 4. First to go in will be Almez. Gate 2 for Broken Record. 7-2 support for Broken Record. Concrete Kid with the blinkers on. Blinkers on Hamilton's Reason. He goes to gate 4. Blinkers on In All Honesty. And a reminder, DFR Bets members have a free Finger Lakes program for download today. As In All Honesty goes up. By Mink Standards with the blinkers on, your 5-2 second choice. Last up at 4-5 will be First Blessing. They're all in line. And they're off. A good beginning on the inside. Almez is showing speed. Hard ridden for the lead is Hamilton's Reason. Between foes, now Concrete Kid sticks the head in front. Deep on the course are In All Honesty, By Mink Standards, and First Blessing. Trailing the leading sextet is Broken Record. They race to the half-mile pole. It is a battle for the early lead. On the rail, Concrete Kid. Hamilton's Reason to his outside. Then we have In All Honesty and By Mink Standards. Falling back to last now is First Blessing after showing some speed. Here comes Broken Record trying to rally between horses as Almez also falls back. The opening quarter was 22-4. They're bunched up 5 lengths front to back as they reach the quarter pole. It's Hamilton's Reason now being pressed by Mink Standards. On the inside, Concrete Kid is tiring, and that's causing traffic for Almez, who's also falled back. First Blessing is trying to re-rally down the far outside, but Hamilton's Reason is trying to give them the slip. The big threat to the outside is By Mink Standards, and Hamilton's Reason head and head. The advantage to By Mink Standards as they come to the wire. By Mink Standards, Hamilton's Reason, By Mink Standards narrowly. By Mink Standards over Hamilton's Reason, then Broken Record. Fourth was First Blessing. 5.5 and 105-2. In the win photo, it's the number 6 By Mink Standards over the number 4 Hamilton's Reason. Third, number 2 Broken Record. Fourth, number 7 First Blessing. Your unofficial race 6 order 6-4-2-7. By Mink Standards makes the winners list for the first time. He's a 2-year-old bay gelding by My Standards out of Carson City, bred here in New York by Amy Ball. By Mink Standards is owned and trained by Patrick Barata and was ridden to victory today by Joel Cruz. Congratulations to the connections of By Mink Standards. Race 6 is now official. 9:22 to win, 544, 296. Second, number 4, Hamilton's Reason. 972 to place, 510. Third, number 2, Broken Record, 280 to show. $2 double, 40.08. The $2 exacta, 74.80. 50-cent try, 41.72. 10-cent super, 19.56. 50-cent pick 3, 99.28. And the 50-cent early pick 4 returns $777.90.
Always good finish to our 2-year-old races. That was Hamilton's Reason taking over under Heman Harkey, but by Mink standards was able to run that rival down in the stretch under Joel Cruz for owner-trainer Patrick Barada. Good effort on the cutback by Mink standards to get the victory in a very close finish with Hamilton's Reason. They'll start the late pick 4. By Mink standards going off at odds of 7-2. We scratched the 4, pressure, the 7, sway the jury, and of course a big scratch of the favorite, the 8. Mr. Sugar Daddy would have been a heavy favorite against this group. Probably narrow it down, and you can see the betting. And those are probably the main 3, half the field. Stormy's Dreamin' coming off a second place finish with some trouble last time. It was Real Aleve, who's finished behind a couple horses in here, but probably enjoyed the 5.5 furlongs better last time. And then the speed on the outside is the 9 Knightmissimo. Probably make a good case for all 3 of them. I lean towards the 1 Stormy's Dreaming after the troubled trip last time. If you watch the horse did check around the halfway mark, as it does say, it was in tight, and still came rolling late to only lose a length. It was what should have been a long shot in there. I think the bond chance actually went off at odds of 4-1 with some late money, but Stormy's Dreamin' didn't run badly considering the trouble, was probably best in there, and was still rolling. A little concerned about the 5.5. He did run second, going 5.5 to English Storm, who isn't really a 5.5 furlong horse either. But there wasn't much pace in there, and English Storm actually got first run on him, or he would have got the victory. I mean, he hasn't run badly. It's not like he won by much to break his main for 5, but he did beat who the favorite is in here, Real Aleve, in that race. So if you like Real Aleve at 3-2, you got to like Stormy's Dreaming at 2-1. But maybe you can make a case for Real Aleve here because of the distance. That was the first time going 5.5 for Real Aleve. Although he beat a much easier field than this one, he absolutely dominated, but he was supposed to. He caught a race that just did not have any speed in it whatsoever, took advantage of the lack of pace, and being the best horse that won at odds of 1-2. A little tougher task because he's got a couple horses that have beaten him already in the maiden condition, but maybe he could turn the tables because of the distance. Has already shown he doesn't mind 5.5. Now the outside horse Knightmissimo does look like the speed of the race in a sense, where he might be faster early anyway, but he's stuck on the outside. He's coming out of what is a weaker race, but he's shortening up to 5.5. And that was his first time running for 5, as he was running for tougher before dropping to 5 last time. And that was on a sloppy racetrack. So maybe he's capable of better. It all depends on the pace flow if he's able to establish a clear lead from that outside position. Certainly helped the most by the scratches. You got to consider him as a big threat in here as well. So I thought those were the 3 main threats in race number 7. You could have an outside case for Rev Parker. He's kind of an every other race type horse. We scratched the 4, Room Pressure, the 7, Sway the Jury, and the 8, Mr. Sugar Daddy. Again, you got about 6 minutes to post.
Call to post for today's 7th race. Let's meet the field. Number 1 is Stormy's Dreamin', Luis Perez. Number 2 is David's Tuition with Christian Navarro. Number 3 is Rev Parker, Joel Cruz. Scratch the 4. Number 5 is Support the Cat with Jose Rojena. Number 6 is Real Alive, ridden today by Andre Worry. Numbers 7 and 8 are both scratched. Completing the field, number 9, Night Missio with Raylu Gutierrez. Final pick 3 of the day coming up here in race 7. It's a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. 5.5 furlongs to distance, exacta try super, double and pick 3 wagering. 1 minute to post. And this is your 2-minute warning for race 7. 2 minutes to get your race 7 wagers in. Field for race 7 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 8-5 favorite is the number 6, Real Aleve. Now favoritism being shared with the 9, Night Missio. First to go in is Stormy's Dreaming. This race is the first leg of the final rolling pick 3 on the card. David's Tuition. Rev Parker, the son of a Stern. Support the Cat. Real Aleve. Last in will be Night Missio. They're all in line. And they're off. From the outside, Real Aleve and Night Missio are both showing up. They've opened up a length and a half on Stormy's Dreaming, well spotted from the inside early. To his outside is Support the Cat, racing 2.5 lengths better than David's Tuition. The early trailer is Rev Parker. They begin to string out now. Real Aleve has taken the advantage from Night Missio. The lead is a length and 3/4. On the inside from third, that's Stormy's Dreaming. 3 deep into the turn is Support the Cat. Following that one is David's Tuition, and it's well back to Real Aleve. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter. They've got Real Aleve to run down. He's up by 2 with just over a 1/4 mile to go. Night Missio is second. 2 lengths back to Stormy's Dreaming, who's tiring on the inside, trying to make a rally from the back. That's Support the Cat at the head of the lane. It is still Real Aleve on top, looking to make every step a winning one, but Night Missio looms dangerous and now puts the head in front. It's Night Missio and Raylu Gutierrez opening up a length on Real Aleve. The battle is for show between Stormy's Dreaming and Support the Cat. Night Missio on top. Night Missio, Real Aleve held second from Stormy's Dreaming and Support the Cat, 5.5 in 104 and 3. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 9, Night Missio. Second is the 6, Real Aleve. It's a photo for show. Hold all tickets. In the show photo, it's the number 1, Stormy's Dreaming, over the number 5, Support the Cat. Your unofficial race 7 order is 9-6-1-5. Now making his way back to the winner's circle, your unofficial race 7 winner, number 9, Night Missio. He's a 3-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Honest Mischief out of Mom's Night Out, bred here in New York by JD Business Ventures. Raylu Gutierrez with the winning ride for trainer Chris Engelhart. Night Missio is owned by My Purple Haze Stables. Second lifetime win for Night Missio, who completes the 5.5 furlongs today in a winning time of 104 and 3. It's official. Prices are up. Night Missio, 424 to win, 266, 212. Second, number 6, Real Aleve, 266 to place, 210. Third, number 1, Stormy's Dreaming, 210 to show. $2 double, 33.44. The $2 exacta, 8.38. 50-cent try, 4.10, and the 10-cent super, 3.53.
got about 10 minutes to post for race number 8 as we are in this final week of the season, the final Monday of the year. This will be the final daily double of this season. So we got 9 races today and every day this Monday through Wednesday. We look at the 8th. Well, first of all, look back at the 7th. Knightmissimo able to track the pace. Real lead, very aggressive early, getting the front end, got tired. Knightmissimo in the perfect position under Raylu to glide on by to get the victory for Chris Engelhart. Okay, looking at the 8th, and I'm a little concerned about the distance with Dancing Jane, but I do like the last race that she ran. She was rolling late. She had to overcome some trouble in that race. Not only kind of a slow start, she had a slight check during the early part of the race and then dropped back, lost some ground, and then came rolling late. She's a tough horse to gauge because she was running routes on the turf at Saratoga and Belmont, but her first dirt experience here, again, she overcame some trouble to not get beat that badly going 6 furlongs. I think she's shortening up to 5.5, so she'll have to not have the trouble early and get in the race in the early stages. If she's close up with Bald Kitten and Juliana's Dream, who figured to be the 2 speeds, if she's in the race, she's going to be tough. And she's a very logical horse in this spot off of the last effort. Again, only 1 start here at Finger Lakes, and it was a good effort. The 3 horse is April Storm. You talk about a horse that deserves another chance. April Storm is bet down to be the favorite, and if you liked her last time, there's no reason not to like her again because she lost all chance at the start. When I say lost all chance, it says she broke a couple lengths slow. Well, maybe she broke a couple lengths slow, but she lost a lot of lengths just getting back in gear in that race, and she just kind of ran evenly. And maybe she got something out of the race coming off that layoff. Now, she may have needed a race as well. Well, she had some class. She ran in a stakes race here as a 2-year-old, ran second to Idle Gossip. Wasn't the strongest a 2-year-old race, but she did well. And then she went to New York and wasn't that badly beaten against a really tough winners group for restricted 3-year-olds. So she's got some talent, and with a better break today, man, she could be considered. And the fact that she was the favorite last time, you got to think that she'll get some late play in this race too. The 2 is Cloudy Chance. Cloudy Chance going to be a long shot in here, but maybe her running style can help her. There does seem some possibility of some pace. Ball Kitten goes to the front. Juliana's Dream's got speed. So a lot of them are chasing. Now, it's only 5.5 furlongs, which might be a little short for Cloudy Chance, but she'll have some pace to run at. She won on a sloppy track going 3/4 when she got a decent pace up front. She took advantage of it, and she wasn't that far back. Now, this is shorter, so she'll really need them to back up, but there's a good chance that they will, and she's the deep closer that will be passing some of these tiring horses. Maybe more of an underneath type because of her running style, but at 10-1, a good horse to use in tries and supers, I thought. And then you got the 4-horse Bald Kitten, who's obviously one of the speeds. And she's just having trouble getting through this 2 light. She just doesn't win in the end. But hard to knock the chances of Bald Kitten if you do think she's going to get the front of Juliana's Dream. And she is inside of Juliana's Dream, which makes her dangerous to go all the way. So when she's pressed, though, maybe it's better to put her in the 2nd or 3rd hole. That's how she's been all season. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double offered in race number 8. Again, you got about 6 minutes to post.
Let's meet the field for today's 8th race, heading out on track. Number 1 is Dancin' Jane with Raylu Gutierrez. Number 2 is Cloudy Chance, Joel Cruz. Number 3 is April Storm with Heeman Harkey. Number 4 is Bald Kitten. The jockey is Christian Navarro. Number 5 is Bella Voce with Kibar Koa. Number 6 is Blue Eyed Scout, Michael Davila Jr. Number 7 is Miss Impulsive with Oscar Gomez. And rounding out the field, number 8, Juliana's Dream with Andre Worry. 1 minute to post for race 8, late double wagering offered here, Exacta Tri Super. This is an allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races, 5 1/2 furlongs the distance. Two-minute warning for race 8. for this Fillies and Mares allowance dash. Late double wagering starts here. Field of 8, first in is Dancin' Jane. Cloudy Chance. April Storm. Favorite at 6-5 is the number 1 Dancin' Jane. Bald Kitten goes up with Christian Navarro. Bella Voce, the gray filly. Blue-Eyed Scout, Michael Davila Jr. in the hot pink silks. This is the last week of racing here from Finger Lakes. We're back tomorrow and Wednesday. 9 races both days, 12:10 first post. Miss Impulsive goes up. Last in will be Juliana's Dream. They're all in line. And they're off. Out sharp from the outside gate, it's Juliana's Dream trying to clear to the lead. To her inside in second is Blue-Eyed Scout, the favorite. Dancin' Jane forwardly placed coming off the inside, and that gives room to April Storm to slip up the rail into contention. Bald Kitten between horses. Widest on the track is Miss Impulsive. The early trailer is Bella Voce. An easy lead from the outside post for Juliana's Dream. She leads by almost 2 as they race into the turn. Blue-Eyed Scout is second on the outside of April Storm as they complete the opening quarter in 22-3. Midway round the turn, Dancin' Jane is back into 5th, being passed by Cloudy Chance. Still wide on the course is Miss Impulsive with Bald Kitten, and the trailer, Bella Voce. At the head of the lane, Juliana's Dream and Andre Worry still looking strong. They're clear by 3. Second on the inside is April Storm. Trying to split foes from the back is Cloudy Chance. But Juliana's Dream is getting stronger as the race gets longer. Juliana's Dream in hand, a gate-to-wire score, going on to win by 5. April Storm going to be second. The battle is for show. I think it goes to Cloudy Chance over Blue-Eyed Scout. 5.5 and 104-2. Unofficial in race 8, the winner is number 8, Juliana's Dream. Second is the 3, April Storm. It's a photo for show. Hold all tickets. In the show photo, it's the number 2, Cloudy Chance, over the number 6, Blue-Eyed Scout. Unofficial race 8 order, 8-3-2-6. Race 8 is official. Now entering the winner's enclosure, your official race 8 winner, number 8, Juliana's Dream. She's a 3-year-old bay filly by Lauban out of Bullish Sentiment. Bred here in New York by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds LLC. A riding double on the card for jockey Andre Worry. Juliana's Dream is trained by Jeffrey Engelhart. He owns in partnership with Final Turn Racing Stable LLC. Winning time of 104 and 2 for Juliana's Dream and her second lifetime score. Congratulations to the connections. Prices are up. 946 to win, 512 and 452. Second number 3, April Storm, 828 to place, 578. Third number 2, Cloudy Chance, 570 to show. $2 double, 23.22. The $2 exacta, 68.84. 50-cent try, 93.26. 10-cent super, $121.93.
All right, we're getting ready to conclude the Monday card, the last Monday card of the 2025 season. Looking back at the eighth, yeah, no speed from Bald Kitten as Juliana's Dream able to just get out there and cruise on the front end over this quick racetrack. And when she gets a clear lead like that, you do not catch Juliana's Dream. Audrey Worry, who's going to win our rider title for 2025, he was aboard for the victory for Jeffrey Engelhart. Good looking score for Juliana's Dream. Just to remind you, we got 2 days left of the 2025 season. Tuesday tomorrow, 12:10, and then Wednesday we'll have closing day with 12:10. We have Doug McPherson joining us. He is our announcer for the final 3 days of the meet. Happy to have him here for these last few days. And of course, we got 9 races on each card, and pretty good cards for the last 2 days. Chances to make some money. Man, quick times today, as you're seeing times like 104 and 105 for 5.5 furlongs. They are blazing over today's racetrack. That one doing a pretty quick time in race number 8. So what does race 9 have for us? We got 9 betting interests as we got the scratch of the 1 Western Shaft in this final race of the day. We'll look at some of the contenders. Yeah, Profitability. It takes a drop in class. It's that time of year. He's knocking at the door, you would say, for the 11 to 9. Has hit the board the last 3 times. Last time against 2:30 a.m. 2:30 a.m. won that race. Came back to win against allowance horses off of the claim. So it makes the race look better. I know 2:30 a.m. may be aided by a speed favor in track, but he still beat allowance horses, stepping up in class after being the 11 and 9. So the winner steps up. He's a few lengths beaten by the winner, and he drops down. So that alone makes him a strong player in here, and that was after running second, going 6 furlongs the race before. Now, he hasn't had a lot of success going 5.5 furlongs. So if you're looking for one little knock or something in the armor for profitability, I guess that's it. He's had 6 starts at the distance. He's hit the board 5 of the 6, but he's never been first or second at 5.5. On the flip side of that, well, he's never run against 5,000 claimers at 5.5 furlongs, and he might just be better than these. Overall, I mean, he's had 26 starts and still in the 2 lifetime. Again, in for 5 today, that makes him probably the horse to beat regardless if it's his best distance or not. See if he can handle these rivals at this distance. He's currently the favorite at odds of 8 to 5. Now, actually another drawback for profitability is there isn't a lot of speed in there. You see what happens when a horse gets loose on the lead. The question is who's going to be the speed here. I thought there were 2 possibilities. You got Montauk's Surf, who showed speed last time against a paceless field. He was able to get the lead. And then you got Swift Bank, who's been up close against some tougher competition. He's got some speed inside of him, and maybe he can hold the inside with his tactical speed if he's aggressive early. Now, he's a price. He's at odds of 20 to 1 in here. He also ran in that race with profitability when 2:30 a.m. went gate to wire. He chased 2:30 a.m. before fading and ended up finishing off the board. He dropped to 5,000 last time, but caught a sloppy racetrack and ended up just off the board, finishing 4th in the slop. Now, the question is, first of all, did he handle it off track? The other part of it, he's chasing again. Today, maybe he's not chasing so much. Maybe he's on the front line with the speed with Montauk Surf. That makes him a contender in here. And let's face it, he's a big price. Right now, he's the longest shot on the board at 20 to 1. I give him a big chance because of the lack of pace in here that maybe puts him in the mix here. Now, Burn Rubber is another one. He comes out of that race where he ran 3rd in there. Now, we just saw Knightmissimo, the horse that ran 2nd in that race with Burn Rubber. Knightmissimo came back and won earlier in the card. That makes Burn Rubber's race look better, and he's been hitting the board at this level. So you would think that he could hit the board against these as well. and he's at 6-1. Again, Montauk Surf could be the other speed. Now, if Swift Bank doesn't show speed from his inside post, and Montauk Surf does make the lead, certainly makes him dangerous again. Now, he stopped last time going 6 furlongs, but he's shortening up to 5.5. So if he makes the front, he could be a good possibility of winning the last race. Exacta Try is super offered in race number 9. Again, we scratch the 1, Western Shaft.
Call to post for today's 9th and final race. Post parade, scratch the number 1. Number 2 is Saratoga Weekend with Jose Rojena. 3 is Swift Bank with Jose Baez. Number 4 is Profitability with Joel Cruz. Number 5, Burn Rubber with Luis Pena. Number 6 is Awaiting Trial with Kevin Navarro. 7, Jovea's First with Michael Davila Jr. Number 8 is Montauk Surf with Jeremiah's Flores. 9 is Burning Money with Nazario Alvarado. And last to parade, number 10, 8 Sunset Drive with Heeman Harkey. 5,000 claiming 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2, going to go 5 1/2 furlongs. Race 9 offers Exacta Try and Superfecta wagering. There's 1 minute to post for the nightcap. Two-minute warning for race 9. 2 minutes left to get your race 9 wagers in. 7-5 favorite is the number 4, Profitability. Race 9 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time for the nightcap. Profitability still your even money favorite. 3-1 support on the number 8 Montauk Surf. Field of 9 going to close out the Monday card here from Finger Lakes. Saratoga Weekend, the first to go in. Swift Bank. Even money on Profitability, now 4-5. Burn Rubber, the next to go in. Burn Rubber steps up. Awaiting trial. Reminder, closing week here from Fort Erie, or from Finger Lakes. Racing tomorrow and Wednesday. Post time will be 12:10. Jovea's first. Montauk Surf. Burning Money. Burning Money goes up. Last in will be 8 Sunset Drive. All set for the nightcap. And they're off. From the center of the gate, awaiting trial is showing speed. Deep on the course is 8 Sunset Drive. Swift Bank also forwardly placed. Along the rail is Saratoga Weekend. They're clustered up in the middle. Between horses is Burn Rubber. Wide on the course is Jovea's first. And advancing through the pack is 8 Sunset Drive. Down the backside and into the turn they go. The pace being set by Awaiting Trial, being pressed by Montauk Surf. These two are head and head as they reach the 3/8 pole. Opening quarter in 22-4. In the garden spot from third, that's Burning Money, racing 2 lengths better than Profitability. Out wide, Burn Rubber. Wider still, 8 Sunset Drive now falling through the pack. Swift Bank is towards the back. They swing for the drive, and it is still Awaiting Trial on top. Awaiting Trial with a short lead from Montauk Surf. 3 deep, here comes the rally from Burning Money. Looking for somewhere to go is Profitability. On the inside, it is still Awaiting Trial, but Burning Money coming down the outside. Late rally from Profitability. Storming down the outside, but Burning Money holds on in a photo with Awaiting Trial. Late rally from Profitability. Then we had Montauk Surf, 5.5 and 105-3. Photo finish in race 9. Hold all tickets. In the photo, it's the number 9, Burning Money, over the number 6.
Sorry, it's in this stretch. I believe around the 8th pole.
Over the number 6, Awaiting Trial. Third was the 4, Profitability. Fourth, number 8, Montauk Surf. Your unofficial race 9 order is 9-6-4-8. However, we have a rider's claim of foul. The rider of number 4, Profitability, claiming foul against the unofficial winner, number 9, Burning Money, alleging interference in mid-stretch. Once again, that's a rider's claim of foul. 4 against 9, claiming interference in mid-stretch. No change. In the order of finish for race 9, stewards have determined that the incident in mid-stretch did not affect the final outcome of the race. Race 9 order 9648 will be posted official shortly. And it's official, prices are up. Big upset to close out the day. Burning Money pays $85.48 to win, $41.04 and $12.48. Second, number 6, Awaiting Trial, $10.46 to place $4.80. Third, number 4, Profitability, $2.12 to show. $2 double, $317.92. $2 exacta, $795.70. 50-cent try, $924.54. 10-cent super, $646.64. 50-cent pick 3, $171.96. 50-cent pick 4, $1,434.49. And the 50-cent late pick 5 returned $22,241.81. That concludes the Monday card of racing here from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. We will be back tomorrow to continue the closing week of racing here from Farmington, New York. 9 races on tap tomorrow, 12:10 first post. We hope to see you all back. Enjoy the rest of your Monday evening, and if you're on track with us, have a safe drive home.